There we go. A little bit more time for some more Satisfactory today. Okay, I know it was just yesterday and I almost already forgot what I was doing. Right, these were for iron rods. I was going to make... Right. Constructors for screws. I think I need 80 constructors. Oh, and I need to go fetch more biofuel. Let's do that first. Before we run out of power. I have to run pretty far for this. There's another iron vein here that I could use. Maybe for rotors. Okay, we have some trees over there. I heard something behind me. Oh. Okay, I think I'm aiming for like 500 wood. Oh. Oh no, not that thing. I hate it. Ow. Let's get rid of it. Oh, and there's a Mercer sphere over there. Okay. Not sure what is guarding this, but I'll take a free Mercer sphere.
The energies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. He is shy, notes shall be taken and played.
From a certain perspective, your brain looks like it is processing language, but there is no auditory data. If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
Okay. Now, more trees to cut down. Okay. Problem is, the moment that I turn on the new factory, I will probably need... Oh. Not those things. I'm probably going to need more power generators. Where are you? Come on. Not sure why, but spiders are the least favorite enemy in the game for me. I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one that thinks so. Normal copper ore? Good to know, good to know. And some empirical veins. I see. Yeah. Oh, there's a summer sloop there. I'm running out of trees to harvest. Next time I should probably go the other way. Ah, well. So while we're here, let's take some. Let's take some more concrete with us. Oh, never mind. I do have room. Okay. No. Now we should have enough biofuel for a little while now. I can start working on the fun stuff again. So first of all, how did I do this? I think these were stinger remains. Right, I didn't have everything yet. So do hatches here. Let's do stingers here. And this can go back down to 1.2 per minute, 6%. So stinger remains, hatch remains. Put and leave. Okay, nice. So, time for our screw constructors. I was going to do 3 rows of 6. I do remember that. So first input being over here. Recipe, screws. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, which is going to be an output, and then we will need another input over here. Oh, how long to get blueprints? That should be fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might be one too much. That's fine. Oh, we're missing cable. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, that's the thing with putting down a lot of constructors, of course, that you're gonna run out of cable really quickly. Okay. Let's go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and okay, we don't have a lot of room left here, but as I said, I can expand that way, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we can still expand a bit that way. So, if that's the case, I might even be able to put in all our assemblers over here, and then we just have one level of machines. I don't have to make a second level. I changed the recipe, didn't I? Okay, good. For a moment there, I thought I forgot to change the recipe in the first constructor, and that would mean copying over the recipe in all the other ones. Which, not the most fun thing to do. So let's do inputs first. Okay, we need splitters. And then for these, it's going to go the other way around. Perfect. Right. That's elevators are on this side. Okay. So first easy part, we just connect all of these splitters, and that is the input on this side done. Now, I want to go there. I think that'll be fine. Then I can connect this. Nice. Okay, that's how it's supposed to go. And I can connect this one. And there we go. That should be all of our inputs. Now, as for the outputs, I think I was going to do 2 belts of screws. Seeing as I have separated in 3, I might as well do 3 belts of screws. That feels like a good idea. I have outputs here, outputs there. And I think my assemblers are going to come over here. So in that case, it really depends on how my assemblers are going to be oriented. I can start by putting the elevators in. That's always going to be in like this. Okay. And then, do I want to figure out the assemblers or the iron plates first? I assume iron plates first, right? Let's see. I need Satisfactory tools. Open again. So I also have 18 iron plate constructors, which means I can do 3 belts of screws, 3 belts of iron plates. That's going to be the best I can do for now. And I think I had 2 belts of iron ingots coming into the iron plates. I did, didn't I? So for the input side, that would be split into 2 rows of 9. For the output side, though, it would be split into 3 rows of 6. You can also do little blocks of 3 and then just have, yeah, well, that's what's going to happen anyway. Okay, 18 iron plate constructors. Let's put in a ladder here for easy access, and then figure out how we want to do this. This is going to be my wall, so don't really want to be putting in anything on this foundation. These are free. From here on, woodwork. A little bit of space. I'm thinking something like this. I have space for 5 constructors, just barely. Unless I can fit in another one over here. I can't. Okay. 5 isn't going to work. So, do you want to do 3? Or do I want to orientate it differently? There's definitely another way, another way to do this. If I were to say start over here. Okay, that leaves us with a little bit of room to walk as well. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then our other side. Something like this. I might have enough room to just barely do this. Oh, 1, 2, 3 gap. I feel like this could work. Let's see. That's a little bit tighter, but works. Same thing over here. And probably the same thing on the other side. Okay, so that works. As long as it works with the logistics layer underneath, then we should be fine. Let's try it. 4, 5, 6 constructors. So that leaves us more room and more than enough room for the assemblers. 3. No, that's 3, that's 4, 5, and 6 assemblers. That will probably work. The problem is there are 2 input belts, right? If you can really call it a problem, there are a ton of solutions for that. Just need to figure out what I want to do. Okay. That should be it for the iron plates, at least the top side. Now I just need to figure out logistics. And right, so we have 2 belts here. Oh boy. And this is an input. This is not aligning the way I want it to. Although we probably can make it align if I put in a splitter here. Is that connected? Not sure if that counts as connected though. I should find a way to test it out. Let's see. Can I mean, I can remove this one real quick and put a storage container in here. Do I have iron ingots? I do. So if this one's connected, we should see iron ingots up top. Ideally in this one, but it isn't powered on, so I will need to provide power to this one in order for it to work. In which case we should just basically immediately do power. Or at least place the power poles where I want them to go. And there, that one. There's no input, so nothing is going to turn on. Except for, we're hoping to see, yeah, this one work. Nice, so that is actually connected. That is really good news. Means that we can do the same for these. Now, the next line of inputs is going to be here. No, these are outputs. These are outputs. Let's do it like this. That leaves room for outputs to correctly connect. Okay, and then we take this output over here, and that leaves clearance for these outputs. Now for this side. All this belt needs to go, and going to come along here. I think ideally I can do it like this, but that is going to be too close. So hope that we can do something with the splitter in front of it. I mean, it's really close together, but that should work. And it still leaves enough room against the wall. Come on. Should be able to connect this somehow. Or maybe it's already connected. Don't think it is though. And seeing as it doesn't let me make a belt, I assume that it's connected. Oh, we're missing cable. Now, this corner will also probably be an issue, right? So, need cable first. Factories can barely keep up with the rate I'm building though. No, let's just explore this one, and then... Yeah, I assume that they're just connected then. Connect these and test it out. If this works as the input for all of the iron plate constructors. There we go, let's see. If we get iron ingots on this belt, it will work. If we don't, then there's an issue. Okay. Come on. How does this work? I mean, it doesn't work, but... What? Okay, I'll need to find another way to connect that then. And I guess there is the option of just moving it over by one. So if this one doesn't work, just move it over by one. And I'll be able to put a belt in between those. That should solve the issue. Yeah, there we go. That works. Okay, much better. Okay, so that's all of the inputs for the iron plates done. Now, need to do the same for the outputs. The outputs are easier though. I was going to do 3 lines, which is the reason that I oriented everything in this way. That is just a case of connecting everything. And getting enough iron plates for it. There we go. Let me check my inventory, by the way. I think I need more reinforced plates as well. I have 50 right now, and an assembler costs me 8. I need 12 assemblers, which is about 100. Now we're close. Okay. And I need mergers to connect them. Which... that's a splitter. That's a splitter. That's a merger. Okay. Now, question is where the outputs are going to go and how they're going to go. These guys here, a little bit too close for comfort. So let's put in some elevators here. Oh wait, that's an input. That needs to be rotated then. Yeah, that needs to be rotated. So although that's really close together as well, that should also work. So we have our 3 outputs of iron belts. We have 3 outputs of screws. Now, where are our assemblers going to go? That is the bigger question. Okay, so all of that is in. I need 12 assemblers. I have 3 lines of iron plates coming in, 3 lines of screws coming in, so those are modules of 4 assemblers. Shouldn't be too difficult to fit in here. Yeah, they're not even that big. Can I do rows of 4? I can't just do rows of 4. That would make it pretty easy. Let's try that. This might be a bit close, although I don't think so. I think we're fine. Yeah. Okay. Make sure these are in for the output side as well. I mean, I think I can get the logistics to work. So I might just be tempted to go ahead and put all of the rest in as well. I do think I need a little bit more room. Shouldn't be too much, but like 2 or 3 more foundations. Something like this, and then the wall is going to go that corner. And then over here we can just oh, did not mean to do that. Okay, so this can be wall. And that can be corner. That also leaves me a bit of room here just for, like, I only need one storage container in a sink. I have more than enough room here. Put it in the sink here. The floor hole, and then how does this work? Probably a storage container. Over here, and then this is going to be my way up and down. There we go. Ideally, I want to put in all of the assemblers. Problem is, I'm out of reinforced plates, and I'm out of rotors. So let's go fetch more. Need 5 more assemblers. That is 20 rotors in total. I need 8 more. And 40 reinforced plates. We're good on reinforced plates. Just waiting on the rotors. Okay. Tickets. I can't see how many tickets I have because it's not connected to power. And I'm going to keep it off for now. We do have 4 tickets. Oh, that's bright. If I want something. This probably, I almost never use the conveyor wall mount. I might as well get it as soon as I can. I can get these ones. I can get these ones. No, I might want to do something with this. Although, that's only for like full width foundations. It does make it more difficult to work with if I only have a 1 width wall. Maybe the inverted ramps first? Inverted corners. Stairs. I mean, stairs could work, but I have walkways, and if it's for myself, I'd rather use walkways. Walls. Not that interested. Architecture. Railings, ventilation. I guess I'll go with this one. See what we can do with it.
Thank you for your purchase in the Fix It Awesome shop, the best store on the planet.
That's it. Okay. There we go. There should be enough for all the assemblers that we need. Yeah. Up. I'm just thinking for next factory. Biggest issue that I'm going to have is probably the smart plating factory. Yes. The smart plating requires smart plating, right? Requires reinforced plates and rotors. And that means that I have to do all of this plus the entire rotor factory that I'm making. Again, plus the assemblers for the smart platings, which is going to be 30 assemblers. All in one factory. And then there's modular frames as well. Boy. I am regretting a lot of my choices. At some point, the amount of production I'm trying to make is just going to be unmanageable. For now, 60 items per minute is feasible. The moment I start messing with like the really high tier components, that's just not going to be possible anymore. But we'll try our best. Yeah, that should be fine. These are all on reinforced plates. Just going to be a matter of powering everything. Well, and connecting the logistics. So let's see. Inputs. Nope. No. Thinking something like this. Oh no, even that is going to clip, so nope. Let's do the splitters first. Splitter. That clips as well. Can probably do this side. Something like this will work. But also clips. Okay, so That barely doesn't clip. Can connect elevators. I can connect his belt. That works. And then this one can go underneath and in there. Is that an unpainted belt? No, yes, it is painted. There we go, so that's the first one. And we can probably do exactly the same thing for the other inputs. So that should be inputs done for the most part. At least the heavy lifting part of it. I'll do the same thing over here. I'll leave a little bit more room. It's only 2 down. Yeah, it's only 2 down. Okay. Now, the issue is these screws. And it's not that big of an issue, I can just have them go underneath here. Well, that does come pretty close to the ground. I could even just have them go straight in here. If I just turn the splitters around. Right, if I just take a splitter, line it up. Right in there. Oh, but that's going to be too close to that one. If that doesn't work. Let's not make it harder on myself than it has to be. And put in this one. Four. Oh. Should be fine. Then, oh, if I'm doing it, that's these screws going in, and then I need the, no, that's the iron plates going in, and then these screws can come in through this line. The more I build this, the easier it becomes. It's still a lot of work. And the factories are only going to get bigger. Getting more and more used to it. Okay, so that's the second row done. Now the third row. Wait, is that correct? Yeah, okay. So, I think ideally I turn this one around and I have this belt go through here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's clip a little bit in here. Fine. How are we going to do this? I want cut button here. Oh. Probably like somewhere over here. And then turning my corner like that. I'm missing iron plates again, but this one can just go straight in there. Okay. No, we're doing logistics. Look at all of this mess. Okay, there we go. And then last but not least, these ones. And after this, even though I probably also still need factory for rotors, I need a factory for concrete, I need a factory for modular frames and one for smart plating. I think I'm going to do some building first. Okay. Okay then. Normally if I haven't made a mistake, that should be 60 reinforced iron plates per minute. Assuming we are going to have the input and can upgrade all the belts that we need and stuff like that. Okay, in that case, let me finish the power. Which I absolutely do not look forward to in the slightest. I think I said something last time about not wanting to do the power all at the end. Yeah, here we are. A factory. Also, good morning, Isla. I would love to have a factory that builds all the factories for me. But at that point, what's the point of the game? Yeah, the blueprint designer is pretty far away though. Yeah, this is a new game, so the idea here is to build one factory per item, or well, at least that's how it's going to go now. Let me see. So I want to have now this is one factory for reinforced plates, which is going to produce 60 reinforced plates per minute. Next one is going to be for rotors. That is going to be 60 rotors per minute. Then for modular frames and for smart plating and so on. So I want to see how far I can get with building factories that always produce 60 items per minute. Hey, don't look at me like I'm crazy. I already know I am. Yeah, and as far as I can, I would also prefer to try to make sure that I don't use any of the items before I actually have the factory built for it. While at phase 1, yeah, so I have Mark II logistics that I want to unlock, and I do have the reinforced plates from like crafting a few of them, but I want to hold off on the research until I have the entire factory built. That will work. So, my crazy plans aside, how are you doing? Glad you like it. I do have a feeling that the moment I turn this factory on, my entire, like my power grid is not going to be sufficient anymore. Still in pain from some removed teeth. Ooh, that's... yeah, that can be... that can hurt a lot. I've had all 4 of my my wisdom teeth removed. That was pain. Oh, and a bit depressed is also... I'm glad to hear it's better now. And Talent Crafter. I've played it as well. It was a really fun game. 50 hours of work per week. That's a lot though. How grindy it becomes. Yeah, kind of, but at the end you also have like the auto crafters and stuff like that. Which... the end of the game I mostly enjoyed because I could set up like miners together with auto crafters and have like an autonomous base up and running, where I didn't really have to grind for resources anymore. If you have to do all that manually, I agree that it's pretty bothersome. But have you... there we go. Have you also played with the DLC then? 30-35 week and then the next one 40-45. I mean, that still feels like more than average to me. Like, okay. Yeah, it's still 50-hour work weeks, even if it's just once every 2. Yeah, that's a lot. $9.30, or I mean, it also depends on the work you do, right? If I have to do like, sometimes I also do days of 10 or more hours, and that's really tiring. I'm also not sure what kind of work it is. For me, I'm a programmer, so it's mostly a desk job for me. Cleaning and dining. That's exhausting though. Like, I was just going to say, you've got like the kind of jobs that are mentally exhausting and physically exhausting. Like, that kind of work can be exhausting on both levels, because you're dealing with people all of the time. Okay, you're dealing with people all of the time, and you still need to do some physical labor as well. Yeah. Okay. Skincare as in hygiene, or just skincare in general? Oh, right, yeah. It's yeah, if you're constantly with your hands in warm water, then cold. That's not that good for your skin. I mean, lately I've also been taking good care, trying to take better care of my hands as well, because I also climb, and my skin is really dry, so it's kind of fragile if I don't take good care of it. Okay, everything's connected. He has to put on gloves all the time, specific oil for the hands, specific cream to hydrate. Yeah, I know what you mean. Definitely if you're doing like if you're washing dishes, just a lot better to just put on gloves and don't risk anything. Wearing gloves made for that to sleep. Yeah. This is hard. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it's never. I mean, it's never an optimal condition, right? If you're going to be washing dishes at, what's the temperature of the water normally? Is it like 60 degrees? And like her employers weren't doing anything about that? I mean, if your hands start like being that bad, I feel like it's up to your employer to take some measures for that at least. Or be like, okay, let's reduce the amount of time you spend working with hot water and stuff like that. Because that's just not healthy. Okay, so the factory's turned on. I assume that that we're going to get a blown fuse pretty soon. Capacity is 220, 210. Max consumption is 700. Okay. Right, because every time you switch workplace, yeah, you gotta clean your hands and stuff. Ideally, that would be split, yes, or at least split into larger shifts. But I can, like, I assume that depends on the place, right? If you just don't have enough customers, if your restaurant is just not big enough, then yeah, you can't afford to have multiple people doing those jobs. I bet it doesn't help that the entrance door customers is like 4 feet away from the... yeah. Oh. There we go. Like you said, ideally you would have different people doing those jobs. And even if it's like a shift system, then it's it could be like one person every like you do customer service one day, you do kitchen, all of the kitchen stuff another day and stuff like that. Would be the more ideal situation. But cash register should be it shouldn't be too hard on your hands, right? On your skin. Is there still so much cash? Like here in Belgium, that's like most people pay with a bank card, like, or Payconic or something like that. Some kind of credit card or app on their cell phone. I mean, I know like one friend that I have in Quebec who basically only uses his cell phone to pay. Like, it just has his credit card registered there and just pays with that whenever he can. Yeah, that's... I mean, I don't know many people in Quebec. At max, like 20 or 30 or something, so... I know that with Apple and Google, you've got an Apple Pay and a Google Pay where you can link your credit card, and it basically works the same as just scanning your credit card, but then with your cell phone. How can I... Okay, apparently I can't check that. Capacity is at 450. Ideally, I double that as well, right? Yeah, then again, I don't think I'm ever going to get to max consumption. I don't think they do. I know PayPal charges extra. Although I'm not sure if that's for every transfer or only for like different currency transactions. And for Apple and Google Pay, I don't know. I assume they don't, just because I know people that use them, and if that were the case, I don't think they would be using it. But yeah, I basically don't use that myself. I just run around with I still have my bank card separately. And like a 30% fee would be a lot. Hey, we've got our first reinforced plate. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess it's easily said that like her boss should indeed do something. But yeah, they can't solve all the problems, of course. It's somewhere in between, right? I mean, you can't. If someone can't do the job physically, you can't really afford to keep them in service. Like, there has to be a line, but there is also a line where you, as an employer, can still accommodate for someone who's maybe not is still physically capable of doing it, but just with a few slight adjustments, right? If that's the case, then I feel you should try to accommodate for that as an employer. If it's just that the person is completely incapable of doing a job because of physical reasons, then I mean, yeah, you can't do much about that. Yeah. Okay, let's be honest, that's a stupid mentality to have. I mean, it is like, I've been in a position where I've been a team lead as well, that I had to give orders to other people, and my mentality on that is always like, as much as people work for me, I also work for them. I expect them to tell me what they need from me. Like, they need to be able to do their job. So they have to tell me, okay, this is what I need so I can do my job. And then it's my job as a project lead or as an employer, if I ever get to that point, to make sure that the people that work for me have what they need to be able to do their job. If they can't do their job because they are lacking something that I need to provide, that is my fault, not theirs. On the other hand, if they don't tell me what they need, then yeah, that's on them. They have 30-minute paid breaks since they can't leave the place during break to answer customers. And that they need to try to take that every day, no matter what. Yeah, that's like, I've been at places as well where people are just motivated to do their job. Sometimes you have to tell them, like, take a break. It's important. Take a break. You're paid for this. You deserve that break, and you are going to do a better job if you just take a break from time to time. Yeah, like, it's just people do a better job if they take regular breaks, instead of pushing themselves to the limit to where they just can't do their job anymore. Yeah, there's the you don't have to as an employer, but then again, it just makes you a good employer if you do stuff like that, if you try to take care of the people that work for you. And that is not something that is going to come back. Like, if you don't do that, that's just going to come back and bite you. And that's would be a good inference. Like if that's the case where like where you live, then that is something that should just change as soon as possible. Like nothing good ever comes out of not trying to take care of people. Like there are like in most places or most normal places there are rights for people, and it is just important that they get acknowledged, that you are able to take advantage of those rights. And if people say that it's stupid to try to do that, then let them work their asses off for no good reason and not get paid at all. But don't force other people to take on the same mentality of them. And the first time she didn't get overtime paid, and then yeah, counting not doing their job. Yeah, well, like I don't know the situation, right? If it's just they made a mistake and someone noticed it and it got corrected, then yeah, that's fine. If it's just them not doing their job or not paying attention to things that are actually important for people, yeah, that's a lot worse. Yeah. And the same that happened for, I don't remember what else, like having 3 weeks off for a year instead of 2 after being a worker here long enough. Yeah, so getting more paid leave, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that in Belgium here, it's pretty okay. Like worker rights, stuff like that. At least for it depends on the kind of job you do as well. I've heard people complain a lot about certain sectors. But I also know that the sectors that I have worked in, there are agencies that take the side of the workers. And I mean, there is a lot of stuff that an employer needs to do to comply with everything. If it actually happens or not, I'm not sure. Like, I hope it does. But yeah. I just want to put in a window there. I think I'd rather put half foundations. I mean, it's up to the person that wants to discuss that, right? At least in my eyes. if you don't mind telling other people how much you make or stuff like that, then that should be up to you, and you're the only person that should get to decide that. No, I would wish there were more like people in general, employers that made sure that people got paid what they need. That doesn't look that nice. Oh, I don't have the inverted ramps. Just take care of the people that work for you. Yeah, like as an employer, take care of the people that work for you. Otherwise, you're just going to it's just going to come back and bite you. Oh, that is not the way that's supposed to look. Yeah, it's just best if there is a way for people to find that kind of information, and there shouldn't be a taboo or restriction on there that's, or some kind of like you shouldn't be shamed for trying to find that information, right? Yeah. And it's probably also an external accountant, right? No, but it sounds like someone, like, she at least has someone in charge that is doing their job and trying to make sure that they have good work conditions. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense for a restaurant or a place like that. I see a little gap under there. I want to get rid of it. Enough. And despite all that, it's probably the best job. Yeah, okay. So is it a local pizza place or is it something like Salvatore? Okay. Oh. There is still a little gap under there. I mean, if the boss does go big, and as you said, she's taking care of her workers right now, then I hope she's also going to continue taking care of the people that work for her, and mostly the people that then like have already worked for her while making that happen, you know? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 foundations in between. 1, 2, 3. Two, 3, and I think I counted wrong. Yeah, it should be 2. Mm-hmm. I mean, if things do start going bad, there might be a like she might not have a choice to let people go, right? So it's just hoping that that doesn't happen. But as long as for the rest she's fair and treats people like the way they should be treated, then at least there's that, right? I mean, that's like completely in the hands of the workers is never going to be, because but there are definitely things that should just be decided by people that actually work somewhere instead of like, for example, if I need to make implement a new feature, need to write software for some business, then if I have the choice, I want to actually follow the people that work there for a day or two. Like, just either just follow them and look what they have to do, so that I actually know like what is going to make a difference here. Or the other option would be to actually do the work they do for a little bit, like know what people need right? That would usually make sense, but there is absolutely zero law or anything to guide the employer on how to handle things when it's going bad. Yeah. Like, I can see that being the case, but I also don't really see a way to make that better for everyone. Because if you put too much into how an employer should handle certain situations, then that's just not going to be applicable for every situation, and that's going to create other problems, right? But there should be at least some minimum laws and minimum rights for workers, like not even minimal, like extensive rights for workers that make sure that they are treated correctly. Yeah, having an employer that has actually done your job makes so much of a difference. Yeah, that's going to be a hard one to enforce, I feel. But mostly some kind of sanction where if people get laid off without good reason, without either consent from the worker, which, or like at least that they can protest, and there is some kind of sanction that follows if they. I can't see under here. Annoying. There we go. I mean, is there not something like a minimum wage in... I assume that the minimum wage is lower than it should be, like it is in all places, but is there no such thing as a minimum worker's wage? Oh, okay. Let me do this and then read. Then try to read everything. This is annoying. Okay, let's do this. No, wait, let's do this. Okay, so I think I need to scroll up to read everything. Give me a second. Either better social safety, got that. Having laws that literally control how much... Yeah, okay, there we go. So we have the insane history of big factories getting bailed out by governments to protect jobs, but at the same time, or a business leader votes themselves, million businesses. Yeah. There is a minimum wage and some minimum conditions and stuff, but they're way better in the USA. Like parental paid leave. We don't have at all. Wait, what? Yeah, you're way better than in the USA. Okay, I read that. Okay, I read that the other way around, and I was like, no, that's like that can't be. How is that even possible? Yeah, because like one thing that what I know from my sister when she was in like parental leave in Canada is for both parents, right? Somewhere between USA and EU. Yeah, makes sense. So, in yeah, because here in Belgium that's not the case, or at least less. We have a kind of straight belt. Okay, curve is good. Yeah, right, something like that. Because that's something we don't have, or maybe it's changed in recent years. But parental leave is basically just for the mother, and the father gets like a week or something. I wouldn't know. I mean, I would assume or hope that it depends on what the age is of the child you're adopting. Because if you adopt, like, if you adopt a kid that's still really young, then it makes sense, right? That you get parental leave for that. But then again, if you if the kid's already a little bit older, then yeah, that's a different story. If there's no shared parental leave, better numbers in Belgium, I think it should be better. Yeah, well, it's not bad, you know. Like it's not that the mother does get a decent amount of parental leave. It's just that it is not shared here. So it is basically just for the mother and not for the father, which kind of doesn't sit right, gender equality and all of that stuff. I mean, there are always pros and cons to stuff like that, right? I mean, there are things that we have in Belgium that is definitely better here than in other places, and then there are things that in other places they do a lot better. So it really depends. Like, not every place can be perfect, but there are definitely places with better rights than others, and rather to strive for better. Yeah, that is always the case. Like, just strive to make to make it better for everyone. It's easier said than done, though. Let's be honest. Making things better for everyone is it's not always as easy as we make it sound. But there are people that are trying that, and like that's really important. Ideally, yes. Like, definitely look at what other places do, and what you can do to make it better, like as a country. And then ideally that does make for more equality and just helps more people. I'm not sure if that's like, politicians here are also not that like I've talked about politics in Europe or Belgium before as well, right? I don't like politics for that reason. They're just, politicians will just do what they do wherever they are. Let me see. I would like to have tier 2 belts, so I'm going to check if I have enough reinforced plates in the factory. And then I'm going to take Mark II logistics. Start by upgrading this. Our politicians have immunity, so we often don't have big scandals. 36, still a little bit too... Should get more. Then have to waste it. Which is... Yeah, that is not the way you want things to be handled. I mean, having some kind of immunity in those positions is fine. It just shouldn't be like, it shouldn't be a blank check. You can't just say like, I have immunity, so whatever I do is okay. That's not how it should work. But also politicians not being personally liable for every possible mistake that they might make. Well, that's a problem. That's a good thing, I think. Usually when they lose, it's their capacity to get re-elected, right? As fast as far as possible, yeah. I mean, it depends, right? If they are trying to make as much money as they can, to make sure that they have money to spend on the economy, and and improving the lives of all people, yeah, then that's good. But if they try to make as much money to just for themselves, that is not what you want out of a politician. Are we completely out of fuel? We are. Okay. That's not good. Yeah, so we got to... Production also almost peaked at capacity. Or consumption. No, but we had a lot more capacity. It's just that we're out of fuel. I'm going to not like this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna need to fix power. And then expand this a little bit. Also, I'm missing a window. How many burners? I have 15 burners right now. But they're all out of fuel. Well, not all of them, or not completely. These last few, and apparently that's enough for the entire system to stop working. I'm gonna... for some fresh air. Yeah, well. I'm gonna build another layer of burners pretty soon, I think. It's a bad side of the manifold, yeah, but I already have it split as much as I can, I think. Like, I can't have like 50 burners or more. Yeah. I have it split into lines of 5. So it's a 3-way split already, and then the next layer is also going to be like that. I don't think I can do the impact should only be at the beginning for a short time. If you're running out. Yeah. I need to find more wood though, and I was thinking of leaving a little bit of resources in base before I go. I mean, that's the other thing in this playthrough. I really want to focus on not having unfinished buildings. There can be an unfinished building from time to time, right? It's not possible to make sure that every building is completely finished all the time. But I want to finish my copper building and my reinforced plate building before I continue. I feel it's a nice, slow way of playing it. At some point it might get too slow. But I'm just going to take my time on this. If it takes a year to get anywhere in this playthrough, then... if it takes a year to get anywhere in this playthrough, then so be it. I'm just going to try and enjoy the journey. Yeah, like just taking your time on that. going to. It's probably going to be nice.
Milestone reached. Fixit
Yeah.
would like to remind you of your
I agree.
contractual obligation towards efficiency. Recreational use of belts and lifts does not count towards work hours and will put you on the list. Stay efficient, don't disappoint Fixit.
Alright. If I do hard drives early enough, then I'm going to get alt recipes only for the tier that I'm at. Also need to do jump pads at some point. Those are not really required. Next factory is going to be rotors. And then probably smart plating to get to phase 3 and 4 before I do anything else. Yeah, this should be enough room for me to get at least 1,000 wood or something. I have 60 reinforced plates per minute, like I have the infrastructure in for that. There are still some belts that I need to upgrade, and I need to upgrade the miners. Because I just don't have enough iron ore coming in right now. Oh, that is... Nope. I thought that was a normal hog. That's not a normal one. Oh, there's a Mercer Sphere. So I want to do the same for rotors. The same for smart plating. And the same for modular frames. Oh. Oh. Nope, leave me alone, leave me alone. Didn't mean anything. Probably also pick up food where I can. Yeah, this is not the best place to... Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to disturb. Yeah, this is not the best place for me to go to get more biofuel. It's pretty far away. A question, can I cut down those big trees? Probably not. That seems like a cave where I don't want to go. Oh. Why are there so many hostile mobs over here? Let's see. Try and sneak past here. I mean, I don't... This is my only weapon. Oh. Okay. These guys I can handle. As long as it's not any of the big guys. I'm just here for trees, so as long as I can get wood, I'm happy.
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use.
Oh,
However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Research it in the man to establish classification and potential application.
oh, we got mycelia. What is that? Oh, that's just a walking poison plant. I mean, while we're here, I might as well gather mycelia, right? Do I have the map yet? Okay, I do. That seems... Yeah, I don't want to mess with that guy at all. Let's make sure we stay far away there. This looks safe enough. Famous last words. Can I use mycelia to make biofuel as well? I can, right? No. I need to research that first. Mycelia.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
Biomass 1 to 10. I mean, that's not bad. Oh, that's a big guy. Oh. Run, run. Oh, and that's another big guy. Let's not mess with that. Oh. Please leave me alone. Oh, that is really bad. Didn't think he could get up there. Maybe they can't see me in the water. Okay, this is not the most friendly environment to come and farm some biomass. And I would really like to avoid dying. Problem is that I don't have nearly enough wood yet, so I do need more. There's like hostile mobs everywhere running around here. And I'm not equipped to deal with most of them. Okay, that's a normal one. Oh, actually, that's another idea. I have the resources to do that. If I just upgrade my combat capabilities, I can come here to farm the mobs. Which also give a good amount of biomass from alien protein. But we did learn. Hostile environment. Very hostile environment. Yep. Very hostile. Yeah, immersive sphere in the middle of the field. Like Yep, that's going to leave. I'm gonna have to leave that there for now. Well, I could probably cheese that with walls. Just put 4 walls around it, build myself in, pick it up, run away. This is the one big problem in doing stuff like this before reaching phase 1. You need a lot of biofuel. Another area with a decent amount of trees. Of course, there are like these big hatches and a immersive sphere in the middle. Oh, space to pick up leaves. Okay. I guess we'll start heading back. If I'm not mistaken, my base is somewhere over here. Well, I would love to try and go through here. I don't think I survived that. Maybe if I just heal through it. Same problem with this corridor. I guess we're just going around. This can't be safe. Come on. Okay. Apparently that one just counts as being hidden. Okay, there's also a decent amount of trees still in here. Hey, leave me alone. Oh, I thought that was one of my buildings. Oh, no. So sorry for interrupting. But that's a hard drive. I can probably run through here. So that guy doesn't seem to be too friendly here. Oh, come on. I need to go more to the right. Okay, so I got a feeling that my base is on the other side of this mountain. And there is one way that I know how to go around. That's back and around like this. The other way might be through here somewhere. I can find the valley to go through. think this is the most swimming I've done in this game, like, ever. It does feel like there might be a way through here. And if there's not, that's going to be a long way back. Okay. Please don't mind me. Just passing through. Oh, okay, we're here. I've been here earlier, so... The thing is, I also saw a lot of hatches. If I can just research the rebarb gun... Right, it's this entire area that I already plucked dry. Okay, but that might be a way to get to that area. There's also 2 impure coal nodes there and water, so the moment I get coal power... we can set up a small coal factory over there. Leaves, hog remains, spitter remains, and then we also have mycelia. I don't have that much mycelia though. It seems to have a decent energetic value. Um... And 65 biofuel per minute. Right, I did purposefully did it that way so that we actually have belts of 60. Like, I'm thinking of maybe taking this one and instead of alien protein, do mycelia. Okay. And power line belt. And then this one can create solid biofuel. Yep. And then we need a second level. For now though, let's just turn the power back on. Now we can start working on that, and then let's try to add 15 more biomass burners. Not going to solve my issue of having too little biomass though. So. Now, I'm gonna put a splitter in here as well. And another merger. And then for now, merger here. And then have a merger. Like that would be nice. Not gonna work, right? What about having my merger right in the center here? A way I can connect this one. Okay. And then we can have a lift going up here. Time fit. How are we splitting it here? Okay, so I have it coming through the ground and then go into splitter and then just split into 3. I can do the same thing over here. Also, don't worry about the floor holes, they're definitely connected. Oh, they're all out of power because the power is coming from outside. I don't think things will work if I connect this one again, right? Yeah. That is immediately going to give issues. Um. Okay. In that case, let me just run a cable through the floor here. Connect it over there. I'll take this one out. I'm gonna need cold power. Okay, now might have been better if I had done the splitter this way. We can deal with it. That's a bit too far. That should be a lot better. Probably also need a parachute at some point. Okay, so I needed iron rods. I don't need to be carrying the mercy sphere and stuff. There we go. And then cable. Okay. And there seems to be something that's not connected to power. Saw a red light in here. That one. How high is it? 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 high. 4. And then I have half foundations at the top and the bottom. Okay, we're gonna give this time to fill up before we turn the rest of the factories back on. In the meantime, we might as well build the other biomass burners. Oh, Wrong belt. This one. Let's time to connect all the belts, then all of the power, and then just let all the biomass burners fill up. The thing is just, right now I have 30 biomass burners in. Once all of these are connected. If all of them are running, that is 900 megawatts of power. But that will also consume 120 biofuel per minute. Yeah, it's kind of an issue. Producing 120 biofuel per minute. That's 2 constructors. Am I going to act like I don't notice? Nope. Everything is off by 1. It's not that bad though. Realistically, we already rebuilt everything that. Yeah, it's not as bad. Let's get some more concrete. I do know I have a lot in storage. And let's finish the second part of the building first. I need a parachute. Here we go. Zero corners first. I'm glad I made these buildings simple. Let's put this one. 7 high. Then there's this one is 7 high as well. Missing silica. Shit, it's to be expected. I'm not sure if I have more silica in here. I don't. I do have more rock quartz though, so I can make more silica. I guess we'll try to connect the power again. Okay, how are we doing right now? So max consumption is 128, capacity is 900, production is up to 70. Look at the amount of wood and leaves we're already through. This uses 1.2 per minute. That's only 17 minutes worth of... That's only 17 minutes worth of power. Yeah, okay. That's what it is. We needed more silica. Okay. Come on. Snap to the right window, please. Okay, just barely enough to build my windows. Oh, pardon me. Okay, so it will take time for them to fill up completely. Now, just to make it go faster in the beginning, I could do, now that I have Mark II conveyors, I can upgrade these ones. Oh. Yep. That'll be fine. Just this one here that does need to be upgraded. And this one here. This one should be making 60 per minute. It is not, because this one is not a Mark II belt. Go fetch some more silica first. Well, and with silica I mean quartz to make into silica. And then the thing that I need to do after that is probably just get more wood and biomass. And for that, see if I can get a rebarb gun. Rebarb gun is a possibility. Inventory slots as well. So maybe I should focus on that. Get a few more rotors, get a few more reinforced iron plates. Get some DNA capsules. Get some alien protein, some cable. Might have enough cable. And then with that we might just be able to farm the like hatches and other easy critters. Like in the desert here, there are enough like these kind of spitters, and they just take 4 hits. Same with these guys, it's like they just take 4 hits. They're pretty easy to farm. Ow. Like, that guy would be nice to be able to take out. Fortunately though, that's a pretty tough battle right now. I'm thinking spitters, hawks, and hatches. If I have the rebarb gun, then I'm basically just converting iron rods into biofuel. If I get... I don't think it will be that difficult to get like 100 or 200 yeah. Like I already have 4 spitter remains. That wasn't really a hostile area either. Now, ideally, I would also put the necessary constructors in here. Why not? Might as well put them in right now, right? Can I not put this one in? The elevator is in the way. In that case... I mean, ideally I would have a belt balancer with all of these outputs before going up. So maybe I just extend this building a little bit. So I can have a belt balancer in here. And then have 5 actual belts going up. Anyway, for now, let's just connect. There we go. So I was thinking of doing the rebar run. It means I need DNA capsules. 5 of them. And I also need cable. I don't think that I have 1,000 cable lying around yet. Oh no. Definitely not yet. That is 720. How much wire do I have? Okay. So let's have this one do silicon again. Go, and let's have this one do cable. Okay, next thing, ma'am. Alright, and the naked. And where are my reinforced iron plates? I guess I just used all of them while constructing the ma'am. Okay, structural analysis. That one is done.
Research to develop the rebar gun is now available. When completed, you will be in possession of a tool effective against any local obstacles actively objecting to the Fix-It mission.
That is such a roundabout way of saying, like, you got a gun. I love it. Okay, maybe if we're lucky, then the reinforced plate factory, that is completely shut off right now, does have a few reinforced plates left. Five. This has not been that effective until now. Okay. It also hasn't been running for that long either. Yeah, I guess that means it's time for me to figure out how I do a 5 belt balancer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 6 belt balancer. That's basically split each belt into 6 and then merge each belt into 6, right? Um, Yeah, why not? Let me try that. Give me some room. Can I make this small enough? That is a big question. Well, it's also not certain yet that that's only going to be this big, so try to do the balancer first and then figure out where to go next. Oh, is this completely backed up now? Okay, it seems like all of my biofuel generators are backed up now, so that's good. If that's the case, I might just disconnect all of this real quick. Now we shouldn't be consuming any more power. Although I do need to consume power for the reinforced place I'm making. Never mind. Okay. I've got an idea. I'm gonna need to redo that entire thing. First of all, let's connect this. And let's see if my idea is actually going to work. Probably a bit with a lot of clipping. Yeah, building can be nudged. So yeah, the idea would be something like this. And then do the same over here. For my first 3 bells. Like there's 3 bells. that is... Yeah, that's going to clip so much. The biggest question is though, how does that look? Because if it clips but it actually doesn't look that bad, I don't really mind that much. The clipping here is annoying. Yeah, the thing is, each of these needs to be split into two as well. So... And we don't have enough room to make a stack of 6. I do have enough room if I just take the belts outside and make like a separate building just for the belt balancer. I might do that. Just leave it too wide gap, then so that's going to be the inside, and then we can put walls around that. So in that case, first of all, that's going to be a wall there. So the first splitter should be in here. That's going to split everything into 3, and then every belt needs to be split into 2 from there on. I have stackable conveyor belts. Let's use those. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind, this also needs to be split in two, right? So this one and this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. No, this one goes out. Okay, so I feel like this is about as compact as I'm going to get it. One, 2, 3, 5, 6 belts. Like, that's the only downside here, is that it's going to clip. Unless I can find a way to make the building bigger. Which I guess that could be done. If I just move the building up. I don't see a reason why that's not possible. And again, is this... It's not such a big deal, is it? It's only a belt balancer. Okay. Alright, I was going to bring that back now, but that doesn't work either. That's going to clip here. I guess I need to go forward one more. One more. I mean, at some point someone is going to come in and think, what kind of monstrosity are you building here? Okay, 2 more to go. Okay. I'm gonna say this now. This is if I can finish this, this is the last thing I'm doing. I'm not even 100% sure if this is going to get finished or not. Okay. And then I just need the belts coming out of here as well. Now. Let's connect the inputs. I'm going to have to take all of that out. Well, okay. That is a Mark II belt. I don't have Mark II belt. Mark 1 belt. And now the mergers. How are we going to do that? So my additional D was to keep 6 bells on the same level. Which I can still do, I think. So... Wait, I can just manifold this. Kind of. Yeah, this'll work. I think I'm going to track myself. I can get through. Oh. 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 Damn it. I made some kind of mistake here. No, this one. These that are wrong. Okay. Um. Yeah, I feel like leaving a tiny gap in between here. Okay. And now it's basically just hoping that I did everything correctly. And that there aren't any big mistakes in here. Which, let's be honest, there probably are. Um, I'm missing iron plates. Oh, I see why the power hasn't gone on out yet. Do I have enough for the rebarb gun yet? I do. That's good.
Rebar gun and iron rebar ammo unlocked. Your ingenuity towards preservation of fix-it property has been noted. You earned a micro break. And welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed.
Rebar gun, what do we need? Screws. And then we also need iron rebar. This is going the wrong direction. Well, that's unfortunate. In that case, let's do one belt at a time. Hmm. Ideally, that would be a buy one, right? Hmm. I mean, that's possible. Yep. It fell down. That should work. Okay. Uh, okay, some of my merges were oriented the wrong way. Fix that first. And it's at that point that you notice that, like, I don't even need these mergers. They were just there as placeholders. Well. Oh well, they're in now, so I might as well leave them. Okay, why is this one not filling up? I mean, why are these not filling up, I should say? So we have biofuel coming in. It's being split properly above top 2, but not at bottom. Ah, okay, I see. That's not connected. Next over here. Okay, I'm not sure how useful this entire thing is. Like, is there anything in this game that is actually useful? Who knows? Anyways, this is a successful six belt balancer. I'm sure that there are people that can make this a lot more compact than I have. But it works. It looks nice. Well, it looks okay. And let me make sure that the second level is also connected to a belt. Do you have 9 to 9? This is the clipping belt one, okay. I found 6 to 6 already crazy. Like, I mean, theoretically, I can do something pretty similar for a 9x9 or a 9 to 9. Oh. Not really clipping, but kind of is. Well, let's do this, and then that. How's it not aligned? It's 9 splitters in 3 stacks. Well, about 9 merges in 3 vertical stacks. Well, again by 9 splitters in 3 vertical stacks. And I guess more merges after that, right? Maybe have more space here. Yeah, I tried to do everything in one stack here per belt. I mean, theoretically, it's just 9 splitters into 9 mergers, right? Let me instead do this. This one's a bit too high. Wait. So, first split is merged mixing. 3x3 verticality. Second 3x3. Second is a 3x3 horizontally. And then the last one is a 3x3 vertically again. Do you mean that you made blueprints for those? Or like 3 separate blueprints? If it's 3x3s, it's a single one. It's one single blueprint. Okay, that's impressive. Yeah, I can assume that's like 5x5 at least. I mean, let me check how many foundations this is, but thing is, with this one, I also wanted to align it to the in and out of the factory, right? So that does make it a little bit wider, and I have a lot of unused space here, right? But still, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6 by 1, 2, 6 by 4 or 6 by 5, something like that. So yeah, I could definitely make this smaller and fit in a Mark II blueprint, but a 9 to 9 is gonna be even bigger. It's only 3 merger splitters height. Yeah. Doing this in like, I'm thinking if it's possible that I just stack these even more. It needs to split into 3 instead of 2 then. I mean, it's possible for me to expand this into 9 high. The problem is just that some of the elevators are going to be clipping if I do that the way I'm doing here, or I need to make it a little bit wider. Then the other thing I could do is like separate towers. Yeah, okay. I'll fix that problem when I get to it. For now, I'm happy with my 6 to 6 splitter here. Oh, I do need to fix this wall. If I ever need it, I'm going to put this in a blueprint as well. Or make merges in blueprints. I don't use them, sorry, mergers, belt balancers. I don't use belt balancers that often. Most of the time it's just like, I'll just use a manifold, it's easier. It'll get the job done as well. But like, for this it's quite useful. Because I have like 6 production lines making the same item. And like I want this one. For example, my leaves here are completely empty. My wood as well, by the way. So everything right now is coming out of this one, which is also almost empty. I know what I'm going to start with next time. I'm going to have to gather more biomass. Yep. Okay. Now I only need to finish off the building there and all of the other buildings and go fetch a lot more biomass. And then probably upgrade some belts. And then start on a factory for smart plating. I'm probably going to skip... No, I need rotors as well. I'll make a rotor factory first, then a smart plating factory. Which, let's be honest, that's going to take another month or two of streaming before I get that done with the amount of streaming I'm actually doing. Yeah, before I actually finish off here, let me... I kinda need another hand slot. I mean, do I need my melee weapon? Yeah. Let's see if this is an efficient way of getting myself biomass. I know before when I played with the rebarred gun that I didn't really like it. It was way too slow for what it was. But for the bigger enemies that I can't actually fight with the melee weapon, are really difficult to fight with the melee weapon, might be a good solution. Okay. I think I still have a few trees over there as well. So I might just test this out, log out here, and then next time I can start by gathering more biomass. Or I just die right here, that's also a possibility. And yes, I'm definitely going to be a coward here. Oh. That's not the one that throws things, right? Oh, I missed. This thing takes so long. That's okay, what was it? 8 shots, I missed one, so... And I get 3 hog remains for that. Oh. Oh, that is the one that throws stuff. Yep. Oh, stop! Oh. Where are my walls? Where are my walls? Please leave me alone. Okay. Okay, that's a normal one. That's the big one. I mean, it's a way to take them out. It's just not an efficient way. Well, they don't seem to have that much health. But yeah, it's a way to take them out. It's not that good of a way to farm remains. Just takes a lot of time. That's only 2 shots for the normal hogs though.
Consume. We hum a simple melody into the effigy, yet we hear no harmony. It covers the temple in bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds. Scripture is needed. Consume.
A familiar pattern is emerging in your brain. Please assess yourself for signs of concussion. If necessary, a replacement pioneer will be dispatched. Work must continue. Replacement delivery schedule estimate. Error, years.
Okay, yeah. There are some trees here that I can cut down. Not a lot though, and I don't have a lot of inventory space. But it is already... it's already too late. I'll leave it here. That way I can take a few more trees back with me for next time. Yeah, biofuel is still going to be an issue next time, so it's going to be biofuel, then turn power on again for as long as I can at least. Finish the remaining buildings, because I don't want to leave them as they are now. I want them to be actual buildings. And then after that I can start working on the next factory. But yeah. It is reinforced plates done. Plus, save it there. Okay. But that's going to be it. I'm gonna sleep because I have a meeting tomorrow morning and I need to get up early. Ayla, thanks for being here. It was great chatting with you. If you're still here or if you're paying attention, hope to see you next time. Have a good day. Evening, I think it's there right now. yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks for being here. Good night.